Up. There's our thumbs up. Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Welcome to the Friday, March 11th Planning and Development Committee meeting. We are convening in a hybrid fashion. Some of us are here in room 2B in the LOB, the Legislative Office Building, and many of us are on Zoom. It's wonderful to see everyone. It's great to be able to be back in the building, hopefully more and more together as we go forward. We have 7 bills on the agenda today for voting. Before we begin, I'd like to turn it over to Senator Cassano to make some remarks.
Yes, I'll be very brief. It's good to see faces on the screen. I wish we were all sitting in the circle, but that's the way things are. I think everybody's had tremendous patience, but tip of the hat to Kristen. She's kept things going. She's kept everybody informed, and we're in good shape for today. Thanks, everyone. And Kristen, thanks again, particularly for your efforts.
Well, thank you, Senator Cassano. It is a team effort. And in fact, I just want to give a special thanks to the folks who are here in the room who have helped us move as we transition and have this hybrid process. I'm going to turn it over next to Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a new hybrid world we're in, and that is indeed a very big room. But for many of us that are via Zoom, we're going to do our best to be engaged. And thank you very much for your efforts, both of your efforts. Eager to get started on the new hybrid world that we're in.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Representative Zullo, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Senator Cassano, Senator Wong. Great to be here in this new hybrid world that we're in, eagerly inching back towards normalcy, and excited to get started today. We have a great agenda, and let's get moving.
Wonderful, thank you. There are announcements for our hybrid meetings in terms of voting, but because Representative Hall and I are the 2 people who are physically in the room, we've gone over the voting procedures. So when it comes time to vote, for those of you who are on Zoom, when we have a voice vote, I would be inviting you to unmute as we have in the past. And when it comes time for roll call, it will be the same as we've done in the past to be sure that each one of us can be seen and identified as we are voting. So with that, we will move on to item 3 on our agenda, bills for review. And the first bill is Senate Bill number 223, an act concerning certain tax assessment appeal proceedings and penalties for failure to file certain property tax assessment information. This is a JFS with LCO number 2927. May I have a motion?
Move to adopt.
Moved by Senator Cassano and seconded by Representative Hall. Is there discussion on item 1, Senate Bill 223? Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to confirm, the JFS language removes, at least for now, the provisions relating to contingency fee arrangements and similar provisions relating to that. Is that correct?
Thank you, Representative Zullo. I was remiss in not reviewing that JFS language, so I appreciate you doing so. That is correct. There are provisions in here that may remain under further discussion with folks who are interested parties going forward, but for today, we are JFSing so that it just deals primarily with what was Section 3 of the raised bill. There are subsections E and F in the S language. Those are not new language. Those are simply from the other portion of the raised bill. I hope that answers your question, Rep. Zullo.
That certainly does. And again, just to confirm, this is the intent of this is to essentially create a grace period whereby taxpayers who have to file income and expense reports with assessors can get extensions as long as they file for those extensions prior to June 1st, and they would extend through July 1st. Is that correct?
That's correct, Rep. Zulo.
I appreciate the confirmation of that. Certainly, as it stands, I have no issue with the proposal. I know that we heard from a number of interested parties, and I'm certainly committed to having a continuing conversation on the other piece regarding appeals. So I appreciate that, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Zulo. You may recall, just to remind committee members, there was some different but related language in House Bill 5169 that was also removed. And so, as I noted, we will continue to have conversations and see if we are able to get to a place of agreement and ability to move forward on those. But for today's purposes, this is the JFS language. Is there any further discussion on item number 1?
Madam Chair, I'm not sure, but if there's no opposition, do we want to begin a consent calendar?
Senator Cassano, I love that idea. Would you like to make a motion?
Yes.
JF, excuse me if I may interrupt you for a second. Our LCO attorneys, if you can remind me, are we able to, what the best process is for us today for creating a consent calendar?
Sure. If Senator Cassano would like to make that motion, you can open one and then begin these items on it with consent.
I would do that. I would move that we open a consent calendar.
Wonderful, Senator Cassano. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Hall. So we will move this. Is there any objection to moving item number 1 to consent?
Do we need to vote on moving the consent calendar?
I believe that if we can wait to do that till the end,
Yeah,
Madam.
you can vote on consent at the end. One roll call on that.
Right. I was concerned that we have to create the calendar. I didn't know if we had to vote to create the consent calendar. So.
No, you're all.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a technical issue. I understand that Representative Hall is in the building with you. When she seconded the motion, I did not hear her. I think because her microphone was not on. I think you heard her, but nobody else did.
And Representative Dubitsky, thank you. I think all of us are used to pressing the buttons on our computer, and I can speak for myself today already. I've had to remember to press the button here, so I thank you for that. Which is why I also repeated out loud that Representative Hall had made that, but thank you for the reminder. I appreciate that.
Good catch.
Okay, moving on to item number 2 on our agenda, which is Senate Bill 224, an act concerning the Legislative Commissioner's recommendations for minor and technical revisions to statutes concerning planning and development. This is a JF. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Michelle. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Gucker. The bill before us today is literally the technical changes. Ironically, I believe it's the longest bill before us today in terms of number of pages, but these are technical and conforming changes that are made to the statutes once we've adopted them to be sure that punctuation is in the right place and a number of other articles and things of that nature. Is there discussion on the item? Rep. Zulo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to chime in and confirm the same. I've reviewed the same. They are minor and technical revisions. And in the absence of any other comment from any other members, I would move that we add this item to the consent calendar.
Thank you, Rep. Zulo. Is there a second for adding the item to consent? I don't know that we need a second, but I'll do that anyway. Is there a second for adding?
I'll make the second, Representative Smith.
Thank you, Rep. Smith. Is there objection? And I just want to confirm, Rep. Dubitsky, your hand is raised, and be sure that that is not an objection. Okay.
Sorry, I was raised from my previous raise.
Thank you for confirming. So seeing no objection, item number 2 will be moved to our consent calendar. Next on the agenda is item number 3, Senate Bill 225, an act concerning certain rooftop solar installations in common interest ownership communities. This is a JF. May I have a motion?
Move to adopt.
Moved by Senator Casano. Is there-
Second.
Seconded by Representative Michelle. The bill would not allow common interest communities to prohibit a unit owner from installing solar panels. This bill does not apply to condominiums or cooperatives and only to HOAs. Is there discussion on the item? Representative Zulo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we heard during the public hearing a little bit, I don't want to say opposition, but certainly some concern about making sure that the language was tight and making sure that we didn't have some unintended consequences from passing this proposal. I'm going to be voting no today to be flagging it. I recognize that we want to be opening up as many opportunities as we can for clean energy and for solar, but we certainly heard some concerns during the public hearing. So rather than delve into that now, I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware that I'd be voting no today to flag it, and that when the vote be taken, I'd request that it be taken by roll.
Thank you, Representative Zulo. And when the vote is taken today, it will be taken by roll. Representative Goupil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be voting yes on this today, but I do want to flag it as well for some of the concerns that were raised. And I thank our Representative Zulo for mentioning those concerns as well.
Thank you, Representative Goupil. Is there further discussion on the item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, if you would kindly call the roll.
This is a roll call vote on item number 3, Senate Bill 225, an act concerning certain rooftop solar installations in common interest ownership communities, with a motion to JF this item to the floor. Senator Casano, how do you vote?
Senator Casano votes yes.
Representative McCarthy-Vahey.
Representative McCarthy-Vahey votes yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Needleman. Representative Goupil.
Representative Goupil votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Wong.
Senator Huang votes no.
One more time, sir, a little slower.
Senator Huang votes no.
Thank you. Representative Zulo.
Rep. Zulo votes no.
Senator Anwar. Representative Arnone.
Representative Arnone votes yes.
Representative Baker. Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes no.
Representative Conley. Representative D'Agostino. Representative Delnicki. Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes no.
Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes no.
Senator Fonfara. Representative Gucker.
Representative Ducker votes yes.
Representative Hall.
Ted? Okay. Representative Hall votes no.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative Hennessy.
Representative Hennessy votes yes.
Representative Lamar. Senator Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Michelle. Representative Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes no.
Representative Winkler.
Representative Winkler votes yes.
Thank you, sir. Representative Zawistowski. Is there anyone whose name I did not call or did not have an opportunity to respond?
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Thank you, sir. If not, that concludes the roll call.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And just note that today the votes will be held open until 3 p.m. so that everyone will have the opportunity to vote. So with that, we're moving on to item number 4, which is an act concerning electronic book licensing. Item 4 is a JFS, which is LCO number 3058. May I have a motion?
Move to adopt.
And motion
Seconded.
made by Senator Casano and seconded by Senator Wong. And the bill before us today relates to electronic book licensing in public libraries. And it does prohibits a limit on the number of licenses a library may purchase and have publicly available. The LCO, the substitute language also covers digital audiobooks and adds definitions, and it adds a number of contract or licensing agreement terms that would be prohibited to allow libraries latitude in loaning ebooks and digital books. And is there discussion on this item? Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to take a moment to thank the Connecticut library system, the state librarian, for raising these important questions. This bill is all about supporting our libraries and the fiscal challenges that they have day in and day out. And so most importantly, it is really a point of bringing clarity to the issue. I stopped into the Easton Library yesterday, spoke with the head librarian and asked them about this concern. They gave me a vivid example that one such book, they just had an invoice. They paid $15 for the book in its book form and had to unfortunately pay $69 for it to have digital licensing. That disparity is exactly the point of question for us to look at this bill. I respect that it is an important work in progress. So I urge support, not only from a standpoint of good policy, but also importance to support our libraries. And I want to close by thanking the chairs, Senator Casano and Representative McCarthy-Vahey, for really truly being the champ on this. I might have brought forth from a result of the libraries bringing it forth, but I really wanted to thank and acknowledge the leadership and the support of the chairs and the rankings on this, and I urge support. And I wanted to extend a special thank you to Chairman Casano and Madam Chairwoman McCarthy-Vahey for supporting this important bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Representative Goupil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to flag this bill. I do understand there are some concerns still related to federal law and copyright law. So we might need to delve into it a little bit more.
Thank you, Representative Goupil. Senator Casano.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would assume and hope that we would move this bill forward today, but I don't think clearly, no, it's not the end of this situation. When the session's over, it might be good to sit with librarians and get more on-hand data to work from. The discrepancy in cost is just, it's outrageous. And so if we could do anything to follow up on that, it may require help at the federal level and so on, but when the session's over, it would be good to have this kind of discussion with them, with those from the federal offices and so on, and see if we can come up with a package that deals with this, because I don't think we can legally do it on our own, but there are clearly some steps that we can move forward. So I would urge that we move the bill forward but that we have a follow-up probably by or after the session's over to begin a strategy to deal with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Casano. Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and recognizing some of the valid concerns of my good colleague who spoke just a couple of minutes before, but also recognizing that there seems to be a universal agreement that this is a conversation that needs to move forward, I'd like to offer that we move this to consent calendar.
Thank you. Is that a motion to move this to consent?
That is a motion to move to consent.
Thank you. Is there
I would
any
second.
objection? Wonderful. Thank you, Senator Casano. Second, is there any objection to moving this to consent? Seeing and hearing none, item number 4, Senate Bill 131 will be moved to our consent calendar. Next on the agenda is item number 5, which is House Bill number 5271, an act concerning provision of outdoor food and beverage services and outdoor displays of goods. This is a JFS with LCO number 3205. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
Moved by
Second.
Representative Hall and seconded by Representative Michelle. Is there discussion? Rep Zullo, I believe your hand is still raised. Would you like to comment?
Absolutely, and thank you, Madam, but I just want to make sure I wasn't cutting in line before anybody else.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. As I understand it, the bill extends by 13 months, essentially the special act that generally incorporated the governor's executive order 7MM, and then further extends out the legislation that we passed last year, the deadline from April 1st to May 1st that requires municipalities to allow outdoor dining as an as of right accessory use. I certainly recognize that the intent of the bill was initially to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, but an additional intent is to facilitate the continued recovery. Part of that continued recovery is towns and cities across the state putting the mechanisms in place to be able to efficiently process those as of right applications moving forward. So with the understanding that this is about allowing towns to put those mechanisms in place, it certainly has my support. We want to continue to help our restaurant industry as it recovers. And so it'll certainly have my support today. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Zullo. And this bill was a work of a lot of consensus in the last session, and that kind of consensus and working together has continued into this session. I will add, in terms of the LCO that we have before us, the 3205 substitute language, the changes that were made, though they may appear more significant in terms of particularly Section 2, they conform to the changes that are being offered in Section 1, which would be to add some additional language to provide both clarification and underscoring the importance of the Americans with Disability. It was specifically to add the word maintained pathways, not just constructed, but to construct and maintain in compliance with the ADA, and then also adds the state building code. In addition, the state building code language is added below as well. And again, in Section 2, the original version of the bill was a simple explanation, but because those changes were made in the special act, which, as Rep. Zullo said, continues for 13 months, those conforming and consistent changes were made in the public act, which will go into effect 13 months from now if we were to pass the bill. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your explanation of the changes that were made in the LCO version. I did have a question, and I may have missed this in the earlier versions that we were looking at, but in Section 1 at lines 124 and 125 for the 13-month extension, the draft indicates that the outdoor activities can continue until 11 p.m. on Friday and Saturday nights, and until 9 p.m. If you read further, on all other days of the week unless extended by town officials. In section 2 at lines 259 and 260 for the go forward period, it just indicates that the outdoor activities can continue until 9 p.m. regardless of the day of the week, again, unless extended by the municipality. So obviously, the opportunity to extend to 11 o'clock on Friday and Saturday nights will be there, but it won't be sort of specified as something that is an as of right. And I wonder whether that was done for a reason or whether it was just an oversight in the drafting.
Thank you for your question, Representative Smith. So the bill before us today actually incorporates two bills that were passed last year. One was a special act, which is section 1 of this bill, and that's the temporary provisions, which we are contemplating extending for 13 months. The second section of the bill is a public act, which does not have a sunset date and would go into effect permanently. There are different provisions. So they are not exactly the same, these two sections. So that was part of the ongoing negotiation process that really occurred last year. So again, this year, what we're doing is just moving everything back 13 months, with the exception of those pieces around the accessibility issues that I noted. Those are the only really minor changes that are being made. Otherwise, we're really looking, the big change is to move it back the 13 months. So yes, those are some of the differences, and there are others as well.
Okay, and so that was something that, and I apologize for not remembering the events of last year, that was discussed last year, and it was determined to leave it at 9 p.m. 7 days a week.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your answer.
Thank you very much, Representative Smith. And I'm going to go to Representative Dubitsky. Rep. Zullo, your hand is still raised. I just want to make sure. Okay, Representative Dubitsky, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand that the purpose of this is to move the effective date of the as of right provision that we passed last year, move it out 13 months, and to give the towns some time to work out their zoning regulations and things like that. I'm going to vote to move this forward today, but I just want to make sure that it's clear on the record that a vote in favor of this bill is in no way a vote to extend the governor's executive orders, which is what this is. Essentially the special act is premised on the governor's special order. So, you know, my preference would be to move the as of right provision that we passed last year and allow it to take effect immediately on April 1st as it's supposed to. But since apparently some of the municipalities are having trouble meeting that deadline, we're just giving them a little extra time on that. And I just want to make sure it's clear that this is not a vote in any way to extend or recognize the executive orders of the governor with regard to this subject matter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Rep. Dubitsky. Indeed, this is an extension of a special act that was passed by the legislature last year. And I do thank you for bringing that up. Want to actually commend and thank the cooperative nature of this conversation with CCM, the Restaurant Association, COST, with our planners, with our disability advocates, and many others. And I forgive if I'm forgetting you, but this really was a consensus-driven process. And in an effort to assure that we are allowing for the continuity of business for our hundreds of restaurant owners and to allow that they continue. When we passed the bill last year, we did put the sunset date in of March 31st. And that was done because at the time we were all in the hopes that we wouldn't be, as Rep. Zullo said earlier, still so much in the midst of recovery. I think we all hoped we would be farther along. So that is an important point about why we're going forward with this, is to allow that continuity and continued recovery. So I see Representative Winkler to be followed by Representative Hall.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that I am correct in clarifying that there is no requirement that any municipality take any action to change its zoning to permit the kind of things we're permitting in this particular bill. The conversation seemed to be saying we were giving municipalities time to comply. I'm not aware of any law bill passed by the legislature that says the towns have to comply with anything other than what's in this bill. Am I incorrect?
Thank you, Rep. Winkler. I think I appreciate the chance to provide some clarification that there is no requirement for municipalities to take any action with respect to this special act. I think what Representative Dubitsky may have been referring to, and he can certainly correct me if I'm wrong, is there are some communities that over the course of the year have realized that they would like to amend their local zoning regulations to be more in line with what this special act allows. Those communities, rather than having to go through what is often a lengthy process at the local level, by us doing this, it allows them to provide these options for restaurant owners without having to make some changes locally. So there's no requirement that a municipality needs to do anything to change their local zoning. But we have heard from some who are interested in having this option for their restaurants, and concurrently, not a requirement, but the ability to then, during the course of that 13-month period, to change their local regulations to, again, be more in line with what this special act would do. Does that help?
That helps. Madam Chairperson, what parts of the bill, if any, are permanent?
Section 2 of the bill before us is a public act. And so just for all those listening, Section 1 is the special act. So this special act is time limited. Again, the bill proposes that we extend that time that's currently set to sunset at the end of March, that we extend it 13 months to the end of April of next year. And then in Section 2 of the bill, that is the public act, that is the permanent portion.
And the provision, the kind of one size fits all as of right provision, Section 1 or Section 2 for the listening audience?
There are some provisions in both. There are more as of right provisions in the Section 1, and this was by design so that our businesses would be able to have a streamlined process, and particularly right now. And I think what's very important to impress upon all of us as members is we have a ticking clock. These provisions will expire at the end of March. And what that would mean for a business is that they would have to go back through a process at the local level that will take time. And given that today's the 11th, those businesses may not have time, which could possibly preclude some businesses from having the outdoor dining options that have been afforded to them through this special act that we passed last year. And that's why there is a time-sensitive nature to assuring that we can move this forward for our businesses.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Rep. Winkler. Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the clarification for everybody that's watching. I'd like to just bring out, I personally have heard from many of my local restaurants in my towns that have requested this extension. And for the exact reasons that you have expressed, Madam Chair, they've already moved forward with applications to their local planning and zoning departments to actually make formal requests for these changes locally. As we all know, some of our meetings take place once or twice a month, depending on local calendars. So this allows them to continue to actually have this wonderful option for all of us to be able to support our local restaurants and keep them afloat. This has saved many of our restaurants over the past year, and to be able to extend this option to them is so important. So I very, very much support this moving this out of committee and getting it to the floor for us to vote on in the chamber as soon as possible. So thank you, Madam Chair, and excited to move this one forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hall. I will say you may note that you can see the temptation of the two of us to be talking to one another as in person. It's absolutely lovely. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I urge support of this bill as well on behalf of our beleaguered restaurant businesses. They're not out of the woods yet, but I wanted to also extend a acknowledgement of the tireless effort of Scott Dolch and the Connecticut Restaurant Association, and a big thank you to our municipal leaders as well, because as the onset of this pandemic occurred, our municipal leaders have worked very closely with our restaurants in regards to zoning and local input. So a big shout out to our municipal leaders that have stepped up above and beyond in supporting our restaurants in this effort as well. So I urge support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wong. I'm wondering if anyone has an interest in adding this to the consent calendar. Representative Zullo.
I was anticipating that silence. I just wanted to make sure that everyone had finished speaking. Recognizing the conversation, I would move that we move this to the consent calendar.
Thank you, Rep. Zullo. Is there objection to moving item number 5, which is House Bill 5271, to our consent calendar? Seeing and hearing none, we will move item 5 to the consent calendar. Moving on to item number 6, which is House Bill 5168, an act concerning property tax exemptions for property used for charitable purposes. This item will actually be a JF, and I'll discuss that in a moment. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Rep. Michel. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Hall. And let me just, before we go to discussion, we had hoped to make adjustments in the language with the JFS, but we had some issues with that, and we recognize that this bill will continue to be a work in progress. You may recall that a very similar version of this bill was passed out of the committee unanimously last year. There has subsequently been a Supreme Court ruling. Again, some different language that we heard in our hearing. We do want to make some adjustments going forward, but we just need to continue to have some conversations with interested parties before doing so. So for today, we will JF the bill is my hope, and that we continue to have those conversations together. With that discussion, Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and you previewed my comments. I will be voting to move this forward. I think it's an important concept. The language specifically with regard to Section 3, I believe needs significant work, as was brought out in the public hearing. And I'll be voting to move it forward, but without the changes that were discussed in the public hearing, I would not be able to support it on the floor. So hopefully we can make those revisions, and that will enable me to support the bill going forward fully. but I'll vote for it today to move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Representative Dubitsky. Yes, we are in agreement that the conversation needs to continue. Is there further discussion on item number 6? Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate your explanation and Senator, I gave him a promotion, Representative Dubitsky's qualifying comments. Again, as I understand it, the bill seeks to standardize the applications for applying for certain charitable tax assessment exemptions and seeks to clarify whether the receipt of certain government payments either qualifies or disqualifies certain entities from receiving those assessment exemptions. It also puts some other requirements on assessors regarding the rationales for denying exemptions. That being said, I also recognize, as you noted, that this is a continuing conversation. It's an important one. We know that our nonprofits are looking for some clarification and also some relief. You know, that most of them operate on shoestring budgets, and we've continually asked them to do more with less. So recognizing that, I will be supporting this today to move it forward, but also recognizing that some of my colleagues have raised concerns, or at least some points that we need to have some additional conversations on. Also recognizing that and not seeing anyone else looking to speak, I would move that we move this to the consent calendar.
Thank you, Representative Zullo. And before I entertain that last piece, I would just like to add, this is a bill that's been in discussion before this committee for many years, and I'm hopeful that we can provide some resolution to our nonprofits this year. And if there is no objection, I should ask directly, is there objection to moving this item to the consent calendar? Seeing and hearing no objection, we will move item number 6, House Bill 5168, to the consent calendar. Which brings us to item number 7, the last item on our agenda today, which is House Bill number 5170. This is an act concerning the tethering and sheltering of dogs. This is a JFS language, LCO number 3071. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Representative Michelle, seconded by, I believe that was Senator Cassano. And discussion, before we go to discussion, actually allow me, if I may, just to clarify that the S language that is before us today, it specifies in lines 38 to 39, a weather advisory or warning issued by local, state, or federal authorities to a weather advisory or warning issued by the National Weather Service. I will note that I believe this bill also will be a continuing conversation in order to address and clarify potentially some of the other definitions within the bill. And seeing, Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate your acknowledging that this is a continuing conversation. There's significant work that needs to be done. There are a lot of stakeholders whose input needs to be incorporated. I very much appreciate the willingness of the proponents on both sides of the aisle of this bill to listen to the various stakeholders. And I'm going to be voting against this bill just to flag it today to make sure that it doesn't get by me so I can make sure that I keep up on the language that's being amended. But I do appreciate everybody's willingness to cooperate in getting language together, specifically those who deal with sporting dogs, who are very often spend their lives outside and are perfectly happy and healthy doing so. And unfortunately, the current language does not account for that in full. So I'm going to be voting against this bill to flag it, but I certainly would like to pay attention to it as it goes forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Representative Dubitsky, when the vote is taken, would you like that to be taken by roll?
Yes, please.
Wonderful. And I thank you for your willingness to work together with the proponents. I would like to thank Representatives Devlin and Leeper for their work on this with the Animal Welfare Caucus as well. And it's been a great bipartisan effort. So I appreciate folks coming together and continuing to work on this, which is how the committee process works. We keep conversations going and then we remain in conversation. So I appreciate that. Is there any further discussion on item number 7? House Bill 5170. Seeing and hearing none, Madam Clerk, if you would kindly call the roll.
This is a roll call vote on House Bill 5170, an act concerning the tethering and sheltering of dogs. The motion made is to JFS LCO number 3071 to the floor. Senator Casano, how do you vote?
Senator Casado votes yes.
Representative McCarthy-Vahey.
Representative McCarthy-Vahey votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Needleman. Representative Goupil.
Representative Goupil votes yes.
Senator Wong.
Senator Huang votes yes.
One more time, sir.
Senator Huang votes yes.
Sorry, one more time, more slowly so camera gets you.
Sure. Senator Huang votes yes.
I hate to ask you to do it again, but.
It's okay.
You point.
Senator Huang votes yes.
And now I got you. Thank you, sir. Representative Zullo.
Rep. Zullo very slowly votes yes.
Thank you, sir. Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar thought that Senator Wong voted for him too, but I'm going to vote yes.
Thank you, sir. Representative Arnone.
Representative Arnone votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Baker. Representative Baker.
Representative Baker votes yes.
One more.
Representative Baker votes yes.
Try that again.
Representative Baker votes yes.
This is challenging today. Okay, try one more time, sir.
Representative Baker votes yes.
I will circle back around to you. Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Thank you, sir. Representative Conley. Representative D'Agostino. Representative Delnicki. Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes no.
Thank you, sir. Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello also votes no.
Senator Fanfara. Representative Gucker.
Representative Ducker votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Hall.
Representative Hall votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Hennessy.
Representative Hennessy votes yes.
Representative Lamar. Senator Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Michelle.
Representative Michelle votes yes.
Representative Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes no.
One more time, ma'am.
Representative Veach votes no.
Thank you. Representative Winkler.
Representative Winkler votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Zawistowski. And now Representative Baker, let's try that again. You're still.
Representative Baker votes yes.
Perfect. Got it. Thank you. That concludes the roll call.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And we do have one other vote, as you may all recall. We have our consent calendar. And I believe we had a motion and a second. May I, LCO Attorney O'Connor, just confirm that we're set?
Yep.
Can you please repeat that, Ms. O'Connor?
I'm sorry, I can confirm that you did have a motion and the second on the consent calendar.
Okay, thank you. So that means that the consent calendar is properly before us, which would be item 1, Senate Bill 223, Item 2, Senate Bill 224. Item 4, Senate Bill 131. Item 5, House Bill 5271. And item 6, House Bill 5168. With that, Madam Clerk, if you would kindly call the roll for the consent calendar.
I will. Is there any need to include whether we are JFing or JFSing with LCO language? For the
Madam
record?
Clerk, I don't think it hurts to repeat that if you don't mind. And also, I know it takes a little more time. Please feel free to read the titles as well.
I do not mind. I was just confirming. Okay, this is going to be a roll call vote on our consent calendar, which includes item number 1, Senate Bill 223, an act concerning certain tax assessment appeal proceedings and penalties for failure to file certain property tax assessment information. The motion was made to JFS LCO number 2927 to the floor. Second item is Senate Bill 224, an act concerning the Legislative Commissioner's recommendations for minor and technical revisions to statutes concerning planning and development. The motion was made to JF that to the floor. Item number 4 is Senate Bill 131, an act concerning electronic book licensing. The motion was made to JFS LCO number 3058 to the floor. Item number 5 is House Bill 5271, an act concerning the provision of outdoor food and beverage services and outdoor displays of goods. The motion is to JFS LCO number 3205 to the floor. And finally, House Bill 5168, an act concerning property tax exemptions for property used for charitable purposes. And the motion made there is to JF that bill to the floor. Senator Casano, how do you vote? You may be muted.
Senator Casano, you're muted. I just had to say it just for fun.
Now the meeting is complete. Senator Casano votes yes.
Thank you, sir. Representative McCarthy-Vahey.
Representative McCarthy-Vahey votes yes.
Senator Needleman. Representative Goupil.
Representative Goupil votes yes.
Senator Wong.
Senator Huang votes yes.
Thank you, sir. Representative Zullo.
Rep. Zullo votes yes.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Thank you, sir. Representative Arnone. Representative Arnone. Representative Baker.
Representative Baker votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Conley. Representative D'Agostino. Representative Delnicki. Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes yes.
Senator Fanfara. Representative Gucker.
Representative Ducker votes yes.
Representative Hall.
Representative Hall votes yes.
Representative Hennessy.
Representative Hennessy votes yes.
Representative Lamar. Senator Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Representative Michelle.
Representative Michelle votes yes.
Representative Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes yes.
Representative Winkler.
Representative Winkler votes yes.
And Representative Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes yes.
Thank you, ma'am. That concludes the roll call vote.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So before well, first of all, a reminder, votes will be held open until 3 p.m. today. For those of you who just jumped on and may have missed votes at the end of as we recess for purposes of keeping votes open, if you could kindly use the raise hand function. And when we recess, it will be until 3 p.m., at which time the meeting will conclude. Before we go, I did just want to let everybody know that earlier this week, Senator Cassano celebrated a big birthday. And I hope that you will all join me in wishing Senator Cassano a very, very happy birthday. We're very blessed to have him as the co-chair of this committee. And I hope you'll all join me in maybe even unmuting and saying happy birthday. We won't sing, I promise, Senator Cassano. But
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Senator.
Happy birthday.
You were all muted.
You wish.
Thank you.
oh, that was wonderful. So with that, we will remain in recess until 3 p.m. and the votes will be held open until 3 p.m. So please raise your hand to have your votes recorded if you missed earlier votes. Thanks so much, everyone. Have a wonderful day.
So long.
Representative Zawistowski, would you like to vote?
Yes, I would.
Excellent. Hold on, let me just make sure I've got.
Just came in from testifying on GAE in time for the consent.
Oh, wonderful. Well, then I believe this is what I'm checking. Yep, there are just 2 items that were not on consent. So the first is Senate Bill 225, which is an act concerning certain rooftop solar installations in common interest ownership communities. And that the motion was made to JF that to the floor. How do you vote?
I vote no on that.
Okay, and then the second one is HB 5170, which is the act concerning the tethering and sheltering of dogs. And that was a JFS with LCO number 3071.
And I vote yes on that.
Wonderful. Thank you, ma'am.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, Rep Michelle.
Yes, I believe I missed vote for Senate Bill 225.
Yes, you did, sir.
Okay, that is a yes. I
Thank
vote
you.
yes.
Wonderful. You are all set.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Senator Anwar.
Yes,
I think I got you for everything.
good. That's what I thought, but my OCD required.
I understand.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Erica. Could I vote?
You can, hold on, let me just get my headphones back. Okay, so we've got 3 votes to do because a whole bunch of things were put on consent. So let me start with item number 3, which is Senate Bill 225, an act concerning certain rooftop solar installation in common interest ownership areas. And the motion was to JF that to the floor.
I vote yes.
Thank you. And item number 7, we had, that's an act concerning the tethering and sheltering of dogs. That was to JFS with LCO number 3071.
I vote yes.
Thank you. Okay, and then there were the rest of the items were on the consent calendar, so I'm just going to run through those super quickly. SB 223, an act concerning certain tax assessment appeal proceedings and penalties for failure to file certain property tax assessment information, JFS, LCO number 2927. Item number 2, Senate Bill 224, an act concerning the Legislative Commissioner's recommendations for minor and technical revisions statutes concerning planning and development, JF to floor. Senate Bill 131, an act concerning electronic bill licensing, JFS LCO number 3058. Item number 5, HB 5271. An act concerning the provision of outdoor food and beverage services and outdoor displays of goods, JFS LCO number 3205. And House Bill 5168, an act concerning property tax exemptions for property used for charitable purposes, and that was a JF to the floor. So those were all the items on the consent.
I vote yes to the consent calendar.
Thank you. You are all set.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Representative. You're on mute.
I was in a panic there for a moment. The link on my calendar didn't work, but I went back to the email and it did.
Oh, good, good.
I'm good to go now.
Excellent. So there were a total of 3 votes taken because a number of items were put on consent.
Right.
So I'll go through the 2 individual votes and then run through the consent list.
Thanks.
So the first item is item number 3, which is Senate Bill 225, an act concerning certain rooftop solar installations in common interest ownership communities. And the motion was made to JF that bill to the floor. How do you vote?
I vote yes.
Okay. And the next one is item number 7, which is House Bill 5170, an act concerning the tethering and sheltering of dogs. The motion made there was to JFS that with LCO number 3071, language to the floor.
And I vote yes on that one.
Thank you. Okay, so this is where I take a deep breath to read all of these. So the items that are on the consent calendar are item number 1, SB 223, an act concerning certain tax assessment appeal proceedings and penalties for failure to file certain property tax assessment information. The motion was to JFS LCO number 2927 to the floor. The next one was item number 2, SB 224, an act concerning the Legislative Commissioner's recommendations for minor and technical revisions to statutes concerning planning and development. The motion was to JF that to the floor. SB 131, item number 4, an act concerning electronic book licensing. The motion was made to JFS LCO number 3058 to the floor. Item number 5 is House Bill 5271, an act concerning the provision of outdoor food and beverage services and outdoor displays of goods. The motion was to JFS LCO number 3205 to the floor. And finally, item number 6, House Bill 5168, an act concerning property tax exemptions for property used for charitable purposes. The motion was to JF that to the floor. How do you vote on the consent calendar?
I vote yes.
Thank you, sir. You are all set.
Take care now.
You too. Hello.
Morning or
I thought you
afternoon.
weren't joining us today.
I found some time.
Excellent. Okay, we will run through these. I'll have to get rid of the notation I had next to your name.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've got 3 votes because a bunch of items were put on consent.
Great.
So the first item that we voted on individually was item number 3, Senate Bill 225, an act concerning certain rooftop solar installations in common interest ownership communities. And the motion there was to JF it to the floor.
D'Agostino votes yes.
Thank you. Okay, the second one was item number 7, which is House Bill 5170. The motion was to JFS LCO number 3071 to the floor.
What's the title?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. An act concerning the tethering and sheltering of dogs.
D'Agostino votes yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Who voted no?
Representatives
Let me get
Dubitsky,
Dubitsky. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. all right.
Fiorello, and Veach. Yes.
Yeah. There we go. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So this is when I take a deep breath for the items on the consent calendar.
But you don't need to
First-
read all. You don't need to read all the titles. Can I just vote yes on the consent? No. I vote yes on the consent calendar.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right. Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank
it. Glad I
you.
snuck it in.
Yep.
Thank you
Yep.
very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Bye. Hey, Rep. Lamar. You're on mute.
Good morning, how are you? Or afternoon, I don't even know what time it is anymore.
Good morning, sir.
I clicked on a 9 a.m. link to get to here, so that counts
Yes,
as
that's
morning.
true.
Right?
That is true. Okay, let's get you caught up. How's the public hearing going?
You know, we're on number 1.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
That's not true.
Yeah, no, still on number 1. 3 hours in.
Okay, well, I'll get you done here faster than that. Okay, we had 3. What is this? Anyway, I'll let Kristen do that. I'm on 2 Zooms at once here, so I feel your pain. Okay, we had 3 votes. 2 were individual votes, and then 1 was consent. So I'll run through the individual ones first. SB 225, an act concerning certain rooftop solar installations in common interest ownership communities. And the motion there was to JF that to the floor.
How did the House Chair vote?
The House Chair voted yay.
I vote yes.
Okay. Next one is item 7, which was House Bill 5170, an act concerning the tethering and sheltering of dogs. The motion there was to JFS LCO number 3071 to the floor.
I vote yes.
Okay. Okay, so now we've got the consent calendar, which I will run through very quickly. So item number 1, Senate Bill 223 to JFS LCO number 2927. Item number 2, Senate Bill 224 to JF that to the floor. Item number 4, Senate Bill 131 to JFS LCO number 3058. Item number 5, House Bill 5271, JFS LCO number 3205. And item number 6, House Bill 5168, motion to JF that to the floor.
I vote yes on the consent calendar.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a great weekend.
You too. I hope you get some sleep tonight. Maybe.
Let's see. Thanks.
Thank you. Hey, Rep Baker.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I just need to catch you up on one vote, which was the Senate Bill 225, an act concerning certain rooftop solar installations in common interest ownership communities.
Yes. Representative
Excellent.
Baker votes yes.
Thank
I'm
you,
sorry,
sir.
I didn't realize I missed the vote.
That is fine. It happens to the best of
Okay,
us.
you have a good weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Bye.
Bye.
Ah.
Hi, Senator. How are you?
Good. How are you, Erica?
Good. Okay, let's get you caught up. Okay, we took 3 individual votes.
Hold on a second. I got to turn my volume up.
Oh, yep.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so we took 3 individual votes because a whole bunch were put on consent. So I'll do the 2 individual ones first. Item number 3, an act concerning certain rooftop solar installations in common interest ownership communities. And the motion was to JF that to the floor.
How was the vote on that?
So far, 16 in favor and 8 opposed.
Okay, so I want to flag that because I want to make sure that the bill doesn't conflict with any contracts that already exist. If this is, but I'm going to vote yes on it.
Okay, thank you, sir. The next individual item was item number 7, which is an act concerning the tethering and sheltering of dogs. And the motion was made to JFS LCO number 3071 to the floor.
And how was that vote?
That vote was all but 3 in favor.
I'm in favor of that.
Thank you. And then we have the consent calendar, which I'll run through quickly. Item number 1, SB 223, an act concerning certain tax assessment appeal proceedings and penalties for failure to file certain property tax assessment information. That was a JFS LCO number 2927. Item number 2, SB 224, an act concerning the legislative commissioner's recommendations for minor and technical revisions to statutes concerning planning and development. That was a JF. Item number 4, SB 131, an act concerning electronic book licensing. That was a JFS LCO number 3058. Item number 5, House Bill 5271, an act concerning the provision of outdoor food and beverage services and outdoor displays of goods. That was a JFS LCO number 3205. And finally, item number 6, HB 5168, an act concerning property tax exemptions for property used for charitable purposes. And that was a JF to the floor.
So which was the restaurant bill?
The restaurant bill is 5271. And so that had a JFS LCO 3205.
That was consentable.
Yes.
Okay, so I vote yes on all of them, but with flagging the restaurant bill for the possibility of, we need to do this obviously because the prior authorization to make this easier for restaurants during the pandemic is about to expire, but I do want to flag the idea that there may be some issues with regard to health, safety, and building statutes or regs that need to be amended possibly in another bill.
Thank you.
So I'm a yes.
Thank you. So you are all set.
Thanks, Erica. You take care. Have a lovely
You too.
weekend.
Thanks, you too. Yeah. No, yep. No, right after I get this vote, I'll do that. Okay, bye. Hi, Senator.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
I'm okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm all tangled up here. Okay, let's get you caught up. So there were 3 separate votes because a bunch of bills went on consent. So the first individual item was Senate Bill 225, an act concerning certain rooftop solar installations in common interest ownership communities. And the motion was to JF that to the floor.
Yes.
Okay. Second one is item number 7, which is House Bill 5170, an act concerning the tethering and sheltering of dogs. And the motion was to JFS LCO number 3071.
What does that do? Do you know, Erica?
What does the JFS do?
Yeah.
So it just add some more specific language around the National Weather Service reports, as opposed to, it was previously more broad.
I see. I'm assuming this means when you can't tether your dog.
Yes. Yep. And they're still going to be working out some of the language.
I tell you, P&D is taking a broad view of its discretion these days, or its cognizance these days.
Yes.
Solar, dogs,
Got a little bit of everything.
Yeah, I'm a yes.
Thank you, sir. Okay, and then the consent items, I'm just going to run through quickly. Item number 1, Senate Bill 223, an act concerning certain tax assessment appeal proceedings and penalties for failure to file certain property tax assessment information. That motion is to JFS LCO number 2927.
So if I can stop you, you're doing a failure to file. We're doing a failure to file in finance. I mean, whatever. I'm a yes on the consent calendar.
Okay, then. Okay, if you don't need me,
You know,
I'll just tell you it's items number 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Thanks.